The Senate will come to order. Our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Author of life, who put into our hearts such deep desires that we cannot be at peace until we rest in you. Mercifully guide our lawmakers on the path of your choosing. May your holy word be for them a lamp and a light in these challenging times. Lord, keep them mindful of the importance of being people of integrity, striving to please you in all that they do. Make them women and men of principle who share a strong vision of a godly nation with a promising future. May their humility match your willingness to help them, and their dependence on you liberate them from anxiety about what the future holds. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., December 5th, 2024. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Tiffany Renee Johnson of Georgia to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Georgia.
President.
The Republican leader.
Every year, scores of bright young people arrive on Capitol Hill to begin careers of public service. On the whole, they tend to be bright, ambitious, principled, and patriotic. And I've been fortunate to have the best of them on my team. But I'm certain that no one has ever shown up on day one better prepared to advocate for a state he's not from than my Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Scott Rabb. From the moment he walked in the door in 1999, Scott knew as much about my legislative record and about Kentucky's priorities as anyone on the team. Before long, he was fluent in the Commonwealth's smallest towns and counties. Somewhere along the way, he turned into a rabid fan of Kentucky basketball. And for years, new arrivals to my staff in the Republican leader's office have consistently mistaken this honorary son of the bluegrass for a native son. I say all this to make it clear that the kind of person we're dealing with, this is the sort of friend and advisor that simply doesn't grow on trees. The natural whiz who still studies relentlessly. The wonk whose expertise runs both deep and wide. The man for whom loyalty is not a transactional currency, but a way of life. And of course, the champion of Blue Shirt Thursday and the only member of my staff who can pull off the bow tie. This exceedingly rare breed, this is Scott Rabb. As my policy director, there's no topic that falls outside his portfolio. And there's no problem that isn't in some way his to solve. This is hardly a recent development, and it's certainly not by accident. After just a few years on my personal office staff, through steady and unassuming competence, Scott became a clearinghouse for input on important decisions. Our entire team leaned on his encyclopedic knowledge, his good judgment, and, of course, his upset picks for March Madness brackets. For much of Scott's tenure, his colleagues turned to him as a resident expert on healthcare policy. He had to protect my blind side on a set of issues I confess have always confounded me. But when you're as good as Scott is at boiling complex problems down to their essence, you wind up pulling extra duty. It didn't matter if an issue wasn't in his portfolio. If it was really hard and really important, it, of course, would wind up on Scott's desk. Eventually, as is often the case with the greatest flying aces, it fell to Scott to lead the whole squadron, to marshal the strengths and expertise of my entire team, and to deploy them in pursuit of an outcome. There have been very few outcomes Scott has pursued and not achieved. And that's because he's one of the very few people in Washington who, by their very involvement in an issue, signal that things are probably going to somehow work out. I'm speaking, of course, about Scott's daily arrival to light and tend the fireplace in my Chief of Staff's office. In meetings anywhere in the Capitol, Scott speaks with my authority, but a command of policy nuance and procedural requirements entirely his own. Without uttering a word, Scott patrols along the back wall of this chamber or sign to our colleagues that things are under control, or at least they will be very soon. Scott, of course, is too modest to acknowledge this. He's too self-effacing to admit the number of times where the price of rescuing must-pass legislation or keeping the federal government's lights on has been his nights, his weekends, and his all hours attention. For a husband and father with a young family, it's difficult to quantify this sacrifice. It's impossible to overstate how the road to high-stakes government funding agreements has so often been paved with missed swim meets and soccer games, and with goodnight calls and bedtime stories over FaceTime, illustrated with a Cookie Monster hand puppet. So I'm grateful to Scott's dear wife, Catherine, for her patience, and to Molly and Lauren for sharing their dad with us so often. There's simply no way to make sense of the quarter century of honorable service Scott has rendered without talking about a certain intangible devotion. You don't stick around that long for the pay. You certainly don't do it for flexible hours. But if your name is Scott Rabb, you might just do it because you love the Senate and believe in the people you work with. As it so happens, Scott's colleagues over the years have believed in him too. They say that his input was essential, that he'd be the person in my office, in my will, to take care of my kids, that he does the right thing the right way. And they're proud to call him their friend. Well, I am as well. And I'm going to miss staring down the toughest fights with Scott Rabb at my side. But if anyone is entitled to cut the net down and walk out of here satisfied they left it all on the court, it's Scott. So, Scott, thanks for everything. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Mike is on.
President, I've served on the Senate Judiciary Committee for over 20 years, including the past 4 as chairman. During that time, I've voted on thousands of judicial, U.S. Attorney, U.S. Marshal, and Justice Department nominees. Every nominee who has gone through our committee, every one, shares one thing in common. Whether nominated by a Democrat or a Republican president, every single nominee has undergone an FBI background investigation, every one. President-elect Trump has the right to nominate his preferred candidates for Justice Department and judicial vacancies. But the Judiciary Committee plays a critical role in offering advice and consent on nominations, which includes receiving and reviewing the results of FBI background investigations. After weeks of reports that President-elect Trump planned to bypass the FBI entirely, it was a relief to hear that the Trump transition team had finally signed an agreement this week to allow the FBI to conduct background investigations. But I remain concerned about whether President-elect Trump will require all his appointees to undergo the process. Listen to what the New York Times reported. Quote, despite the signing of the agreement, it remains unclear whether the Trump's team plans to send the names of all officials requiring a security clearance or Senate confirmation to the FBI for vetting. If President-elect Trump's nominees are not required to submit to the same FBI vetting procedure as previous nominees, it makes you wonder what they are hiding. The practice of the FBI conducting background investigations is not a new idea. The nominations investigations of the president's nominees dates back 70 years to the Eisenhower administration. And it applies to every Senate confirmed position, including more than 1,200 positions in the executive branch, 900 federal judicial nominees, 93 U.S. attorney nominees, and 94 U.S. Marshal nominees. Every single one is subject to an FBI investigation. You might ask yourself, well, why is it so important to vet all these nominees? Consider the views of Noah Bookbinder and Craig Nunziata, former Democratic and Republican counsels on the Senate Judiciary Committee, who on a bipartisan basis reviewed hundreds of nominees' background investigations. They wrote in the New York Times, and I quote, without nominees being scrutinized by the FBI, the danger is that neither lawmakers nor the public would know whether they are trustworthy or have issues that could compromise their ability to do the job or even their loyalty to the United States. As Mr. Bookbinder and Mr. Nunziata noted in their op-ed, and I quote, a nomination was never scheduled for committee consideration without the committee receiving an FBI background check, reviewing it, and clearing the nomination to move forward. By design, positions that require Senate confirmation are of great importance. These individuals make critical decisions that protect America, our national security, and affect many thousands of American lives, including who is investigated, who is charged with a crime, and how the justice system operates. It is absolutely critical that people nominated to these positions are upstanding citizens who can be trusted with sensitive life or death government information. People who will be immune to blackmail or foreign influence and who are truly loyal to the United States. President-elect Trump has reportedly considered using a private investigative firm to conduct these background investigations. That is unacceptable for one basic reason. First, when the nominees submit their paperwork to the FBI as a part of their background investigation, they are on notice that lying or concealing material facts is a felony. A felony. The same goes for individuals who agree to speak with the FBI about a nominee's character and fitness. In comparison, there would be no penalties for misleading a private investigative firm. Second, the FBI's resources in determining if a nominee poses a risk if a nominee poses a risk far outweigh any private firm's capabilities. Seasoned agents at the FBI field offices nationwide are deployed to pull records, interview individuals, and report their findings. Finally, any private firm paid by the Trump transition team would have an unavoidable conflict of interest. They would have an incentive to clear the backgrounds of nominees so they would get more business from the transition team. By contrast, the only motive for FBI agents is honoring their oath to the Constitution. It is the duty of President-elect Trump to pick nominees of his choosing. It is also the duty of the Senate under the Constitution to carefully examine the record of each nominee before this body. To fulfill this constitutional duty of advice and consent on nominations, the Judiciary Committee must continue to receive background investigations conducted by the FBI for every single nominee. We owe the American people a transparent transition of power, but that is only possible if the incoming administration follows long-standing established practices ensuring that the president's nominees can be trusted in a position of power. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
I ask consent that quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I ask consent that privileges of the floor be granted to Rebecca Schatz, a member of the Senator Butler staff, for the duration of the day.
Without objection.
I ask quorum call be instituted.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
The majority leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, first, today the Senate will continue doing what we've been doing all week, working to confirm as many of President Biden's well-qualified judicial nominees as possible. Yesterday, we confirmed 2 more district court judges for the Northern District of New York. Anthony Brindisi, a proud son of Utica, whom I worked with closely when he was a member of Congress, and Beth Coombe, a trailblazing prosecutor. Later this morning, we'll vote to confirm Sarah Davenport to be district court judge for the District of New Mexico. Following that, we'll vote to advance the nominations of 2 more judges, Tiffany Johnson to be the district court judge for the Northern District of Georgia, and Kelly Neary to be district court judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania. So, of the 5 judges I filed cloture on Monday, we'll have confirmed 3 by the end of today, and we'll be very close to confirming the remaining 2. While Democrats still hold the majority, we're going to do everything we can to confirm as many judges as we can. Now, on Senator Helmy. Today, we say thank you and farewell to another member of our caucus, the junior senator from New Jersey, Senator George Helmy. Senator Helmy will resign this weekend to make way for our new colleague, Senator-elect Andy Kim, who we're all very excited to get to work with. In a very short amount of time, Senator Helmy put his name on over 30 pieces of legislation, advocated for children's mental health, stood up for the well-being of the people of New Jersey, across America, and around the world. I'd also be remiss if I didn't point out that Senator Helmy never hesitated to preside during pro forma sessions, a thankless but necessary job. Excuse me. Helmy's service will also be remembered for its historical significance. He was the first senator from the Coptic Church. Senator Helmy's faith had an immediate and direct impact here in the Senate when he invited His Grace Bishop David of the Diocese of New York and New England to the Senate a few weeks ago to deliver the first ever Senate opening prayer by a member of the Coptic Orthodox Church. So, Senator Helmy, congratulations for a job well done. You made New Jersey proud. We wish you and your family the best. Finally, today I wish to pay tribute and say thank you to a colleague from across the aisle, Senator Mitt Romney, who delivered his farewell address yesterday. I enjoyed meeting Senator Romney's family, his sons, his wife, at his reception the other night, and told him how much I respected him and how much we'll miss him in the Senate. On most issues, Senator Romney and I may have seemed like oil and water, but I've always appreciated him for his decency, his commitment to our country, and his willingness to work in good faith in a bipartisan way when the chance presented itself. And over the last 4 years, we found numerous ways to do just that. Senator Romney was a good partner with me on COVID relief legislation, despite much opposition from the other side, and he helped build consensus on the infrastructure bill. He also remains a fierce defender of the Ukrainian people. Finally, I will always appreciate that Senator Romney joined me alongside Senators Rosen, Kelly, and Cassidy on our mission to Israel in the aftermath of October 7th. So thank you, Senator Romney, and I wish you and your family a new chapter in your life. And finally, a few days ago, I sent Senator Thune a letter asking that we go through the regular advise and consent process. That meant full FBI investigations of every nominee, the Senate be able to look at those, hearings with questions in the Senate on every nominee, and then votes on the floor. I'm glad to see that at least the President-elect's administration is beginning to look at the FBI investigation issue, and that's a small step in the right direction. But we must have them for all nominees. They must be full FBI investigations, and they must be available for senators to look at. And of course, the necessity of hearings for each nominee, the necessity of votes on each nominee are just consonant with the advise and consent process that we have done in America for decades and decades and decades under Democratic and Republican presidents alike. I hope there will be no deviation from that grand and useful tradition. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Republican whip.
President, Senate and quorum call.
We are.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, one of the drawbacks of the end of a Congress is the need to say goodbye to departing colleagues. We're losing two Republicans this year, Senators Mitt Romney and Mike Braun. Mitt gave his farewell remarks yesterday, and they were characteristic of the man I've come to know. Humble, faith-filled, patriotic. Mitt's what I would call a character guy. He's guided by a moral compass, and he's not afraid to live by it. And in a world where being religious isn't always highly regarded, he's unapologetic about his faith. Mitt is also a big family guy. Like me, he married up, and he and his wife Ann have shared the good times and the tough times for now over 50 years of marriage. Hard to believe, to look at him. But they say children keep you young, and Mitt has 5 sons and an incredible 25 grandchildren. A beautiful legacy all on its own. Mr. President, Mitt's professional legacy needs no recounting. He is well known as a successful businessman, a successful Republican governor of a deep blue state, and most recently as a successful senator. He may be leaving us after just one term, but that term was filled with an outsized amount of work. And he has more than earned his retirement. Mr. President, in addition to Mitt, Mike Braun is leaving us at the end of this Congress, in his case to go and serve as the governor of Indiana. Mike's another guy who has had an outsized impact here in the Senate in a short amount of time. In fact, he was named the most effective first-term Republican senator in the 117th Congress. And no surprise. It was clear from the beginning that Mike came here because he wanted to get things done. And now he'll bring that same drive and effectiveness, the drive and effectiveness that helped him grow a small business with 15 employees into a national company, to his work as governor of Indiana. I have no doubt at all that the state will thrive under his leadership. As I may have told Mike, Hoosiers is one of my top 5 movies of all time, which has automatically made me a big fan of the Hoosier State. So I look forward to seeing all the great things that are going to happen to Indiana during his tenure. I know he will be incredibly busy as governor, especially because Mike is a guy that gives his all to what he does. Witness the fact that he has visited all 92 of Indiana's counties every year during his time here in the Senate. But I hope he'll still find time for his beloved mushroom hunting. And I know he'll be finding time to spend with his wife, Maureen, and their 4 children, 3 of whom work for the family business, as well as with their 7 grandchildren. Mike, congratulations on your election as governor. It has been a pleasure to work with you here in the Senate, and I look forward to seeing all the great things you will do in Indiana. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I rise today in support
The
of...
Senator, we are in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Mark Eskenazi and Amanda Wood Lyhouse nominations to the Occupational Safety and Health Review Commission. I want to note for my colleagues that the Commission has not had a quorum since April of 2023, and as a result has been unable to decide cases for more than a year. Delays with the Commission's cases create significant risks to workers, and that is in part because when an employer appeals a citation, they don't have to fix the alleged hazard until the Commission issues a final decision. Mr. Eskenazi is currently an Assistant General Counsel at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative and previously has held numerous positions at the National Labor Relations Board. This is Ms. Wood Lyhouse's second nomination to the Occupational Safety and Health Review Commission. She was previously confirmed in January of 2020. Prior to her role on this commission, she has served as the Director of Labor and Employment Policy for the National Association of Manufacturers and as Deputy General Counsel for the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. I support this bipartisan pair of nominees that will allow the Commission to have a quorum, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc: calendar number 374 and 785, and that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I am disappointed that my Republican colleague has blocked confirmation of these nominees. These nominees have been held up since last year, and it's time to end these delays and confirm these nominees. I yield back. Mr. President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
I ask the scheduled vote occur immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Sarah Morgan Davenport of New Mexico to be United States District Judge for the District of New Mexico.
Nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Booker, Cantwell, Durbin, Hassan, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Stabenow, Warner, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lee, Rubio, Schmidt, Wicker. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst. No. Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd. No. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley. No. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Paul, no.
Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell, no.
You have something for me after. On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 845 Tiffany Renee Johnson of Georgia to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Georgia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Tiffany Renee Johnson of Georgia to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Georgia shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Thanks. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen. Yes. Ms. Murkowski, I did. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Booker, King, Rosen, Schatz, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Cruz, Lankford, Murkowski, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, and Young. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Tester, aye.
Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin, aye. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Hawley? Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Haggerty, no.
You could play receiver for the. The yeas are 50, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kelly Marie Neary of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania.
Mr. President?
The senator from California.
Mr. President, I rise to join in the honored tradition of the Senate to offer my final floor remarks before departing. And interestingly, I rise to let the pages know that breaking traditional Senate practice, there are no written remarks for you to come pick up. I decided just this morning that I was going to write a different speech, that I was going to offer words of my own as I mark what is the end of a journey for me. As I end this journey as the junior senator representing 40 million Californians, it is a day that I want to thank them and thank Governor Newsom for giving me the honor and privilege of serving our great state. Mr. President, it's been a remarkable honor, completely unimagined adventure to follow in the footsteps of Dianne Feinstein, who so ably served in this chamber for more than 30 years, and to be blessed to walk the same hallways as Senators Carol Moseley Braun and share the same office space as Vice President Kamala Harris. It truly has been an unbelievable privilege. Indeed, the footsteps that I have had the opportunity to follow in this walk of service have been filled with decency, honor, integrity, and courage. And I can only hope that for the people of California that I was able to do half as well as those who came before me. And as is true for all of us, and for those who came before, this journey of public service is not one that we travel alone. Along with us on the rough side of the mountain is our staff, the staff who work so hard to help keep the pace, who help to plot the path and bring all of the supplies and make sure that no one gets lost or left behind. I want to thank my capable, incredibly talented staff for making sure that we never lost sight of our North Star, the people of California. They have given not only their hard work and long hours, but their brilliant minds and all of their hearts to make sure that the last 14 months have truly been impactful. And for all of that, I will forever be grateful. I know that it is most often true that in the traversing of the roads of service, that it is often our family and our friends that serve as the fuel that keep us going day by day. And that has been certainly true for me. My wife and daughter, Nikki and Nyla, have refilled my tank and refilled my cup at the moments that I thought that I was running low. And so to them, I am grateful for never letting me run out. to my mother, who has watched more C-SPAN in the last 14 months than in all her 71 years, my brothers, my sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, and dear friends, just when the clouds get low and start to look a little heavy, it's been your cards, your calls, your texts, your letters, your visits to D.C. That truly have brought out the sunshine. And so to all of you, I am deeply grateful and cannot thank you enough. To my colleagues and fellow travelers, you have truly made this journey special. The old quote by Tim Cahill that says, "A journey is best measured in friends, not miles," is true for me. You have all given me so much to make this journey one to enjoy. It could not have been more true in my short time. I don't have the years or have been able to clock the miles of any of my colleagues who have spoken up to this point as they prepare to leave. But I have had the opportunity to build what I believe will be lifelong friendships along this entire journey. And for that, on both sides of the aisle, I truly know that I am grateful. I want to give a special shout out to my senior senator, Alex Padilla, and his kind and generous comments from yesterday. He has been like a tour guide on this incredible ride, always carrying the compass, making sure I don't stray too far off the path, but knowing full well that I am a traveler who is intent on walking her own way. Senator Padilla has supported me all along the journey, and I'm grateful. I know that Senator-elect Schiff is here, and I want to appreciate him and his support throughout this transition. Also, a special call to Leader Chuck Schumer, who has given and throughout these 14 months offered his wisdom and his trust, his friendship, and I am deeply, deeply grateful. Mr. President, what I know is that I stand on the floor of the Senate as a 14-month senator. But my road to justice and the pursuit of justice has been much longer than 14 months. I know that I only stand here because of the men and women, the working families of SEIU and our labor movement. And I couldn't end this term without thanking them for sharing with me and inviting me in to their stories of courage and hope for what is possible in our great country. And I want them to know that I carry their stories with me. I carry their families with me in my head and in my heart here in the Senate and wherever it is that I go. Mr. President, in my final few minutes, I want to end my time in the Senate the way that I began it. On this floor, I gave my first speech talking with and about America's now generation, our young leaders, future members of Congress, carpenters, plumbers, firefighters, nurses, police officers. I talked with them about what I had heard from them, from so many of them, about what was important. And so in my last remarks, I want to come back to them, talk with and about them, offer a few lessons from this experience here with all of you. You know, all summer long, this now generation has been bopping to the masterful beats of California's own Kendrick Lamar. We all have been hearing from radio waves and all in our iPods the anthem that they not like us. And as I celebrate what has become a global hit, I too have listened to it, on repeat so often all throughout the summer. I want America's young leaders to know that the words of Kendrick are just that. Lyrics in a historic rap battle sources of great entertainment and joy. What they are not are words upon which we should build our community or the future of our country, because indeed, they are exactly like us. You see, when I was 5, I went to Levi Temple Head Start Center in Magnolia, Mississippi. Of course, in Head Start, children get just that, a head start in learning the foundational lessons of preparing to be in a school environment. And as I've been reflecting on this time and the lessons that this time has given me, I realized that it was in that old church building in Head Start that the experience there actually shaped who I have become. The seeds planted in Head Start are ones that have grown in me every day for the 40 years since I left. It was 1985, and my Head Start teacher was a woman by the name of Miss Carrie Hilbert. And I remember getting ready to graduate Head Start and trying on these royal blue graduation gowns and graduation caps. And for 2 weeks, Miss Hilbert painstakingly prepared us for Head Start graduation. And our graduation song in 1985, she worked to make sure that our little squirmy 5- and 6-year-olds were going to be able to sing this song and perform for our parents and our loved ones, and she did it masterfully. Mr. President, in 1985, the lyrics that Ms. Hilbert taught me were the lyrics to We Are the World, written by the greats, Lionel Richie, Michael Jackson, Quincy Jones, who we lost just earlier this year. I remember having to practice that song day after day for probably about 2 weeks, not knowing then, but that all throughout that graduation rehearsal, seeds were being planted. Seeds sang by Stevie Wonder and Lionel Richie. There comes a time when we must heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. Seeds from Tina Turner and Billy Joel. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, is love is all we need. Seeds sang and planted by the unlikely duo of Willie Nelson and Al Jarreau, who planted the seeds that, as God has shown us, by turning stones to bread, so we all must lift and give a helping hand. One of the most powerful seeds that really stuck with me was those offered by Michael Jackson, Huey Lewis, and Cyndi Lauper. When you're down and out and there seems no hope at all, if you just believe, there is no way we can fall. Let us realize that change can only come when we stand together as one. Young leaders, colleagues, Mr. President, I believe it was those 2 weeks of repetition and practice that planted the seeds of possibility and hope, seeds of determination and courage. It was learning the lyrics to that song at 5 years old that inspired a generation full of patriots who believed in the power of this country to do good in the world and for each other. Because when we choose to do hard things together, the people of this nation, all of its elected leaders, our community advocates, when we see each other's humanity, when we see our neighbors as essential to the future that we want for our children, when we understand that our differences are our greatest assets, it's then when we truly are doing and being the best country in the world. And so my final prayer as a member of this august body is that we realize that as policymakers, we are generations Head Start teachers. Every single day, we can plant seeds that will grow in the hearts and minds of young leaders, and we get to decide the seeds we plant. Will we plant seeds that help them understand and imagine what's possible for an America filled with people of different walks, different faiths, different bank accounts, different languages? Will we plant seeds to help them realize and see what is possible for not just for the United States, but for the world? And as was taught to me in that old church building, we will reap what we sow. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Minnesota.
I will wait for my colleague to receive her hugs of gratitude. I have a few words I'd like to say.
All right.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I wanted to just take a moment to add my thanks and congratulations to our colleague, Senator LaFonza Butler. You know, I look around this chamber, and this is a chamber that is filled with people who were once lawyers, or members of Congress, governors, or lieutenant governors, all incredibly fine and honorable professions. But there are not that many people in this room who came here because they were organizers. This is something that Senator Butler and I talked about when she first came to the Senate. Now, organizers are different because we understand that, like, the power of accomplishing important things comes certainly from our leadership and the work that we do, but fundamentally it comes from the people that we work with every single day, the folks that are out there on the ground living the lives and doing the work. And if you understand that your power to do good work comes from those people, then you approach everything, every problem from a different perspective. And I know that this is where Senator Butler comes from as an organizer at SEIU and in her life, and I want to pay tribute to that because I think that that kind of approach to problem solving is something that we could all learn from. And I've watched you in the short time that you've been in the Senate, only 14 months, which in the life of many senators is barely a blink of an eye. And I've watched you figure out how to organize in this chamber for the good of the people that you represent. I noticed, Senator Butler, as you were preparing to give your opening remarks, that Senator Roger Wicker from Mississippi came up and gave you a big hug. This is our senator who was born in Magnolia, Mississippi. And I saw you start your building of a relationship with him on one of your very first days in the elevator when I was standing with you. That, I think, is a message and a lesson for all of us that as you leave to go on to whatever you do next, and we can't wait to see what you do next, that we should all keep in mind the power of those relationships and building power to actually make a difference in this world. And the last thing I want to say as we say farewell to you, only in this chamber, but not in our lives, is your constant reminding us and using your platform to lift up the voices, as you say, of now leaders. We have a tendency, sometimes those of us that are 50, 60, 70, 80, we have a tendency sometimes to talk about the next generation of leaders, and that your time will come and we will need you. You always speak of our young leaders in the present tense, because they are the leaders that we need now. And so as I think about your service here in the Senate and the work that you have done, those are the two lessons that I will carry forward in my work in this chamber. And I offer this with much gratitude for your leadership, both here in this chamber, the work that you've done before, and the work that I know you'll continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oregon.
ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 3 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to have 1 additional minute to pull things together. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 74.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 74, condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the resolution.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Wyden substitute amendment at the desk to the preamble be agreed to, that the preamble as amended be agreed to, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
John, thank you.
From the top. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 846, Kelly Marie Neary of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is, if the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Kelly Marie Neary of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
This is one where you need to tell
Mrs. Shaheen,
I mean, you don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know.
Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Kelly, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 48, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The nomination is pending. Senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, it is fitting that a daughter of Mississippi is presiding at this poignant moment for me and for my entire staff. I come to the floor today with a forced smile and a bittersweet message, a bit of official news I have not been eager to report. And that news is that Michelle Barlow Richardson, who sits at my side at this very moment and who has stood by my side for a quarter century, my chief of staff, will soon depart Capitol Hill. This closes a 25-year chapter of service to my office, to the United States Senate and House of Representatives, to the state of Mississippi, and to the citizens of the United States. Anyone who knows Michelle has found out very quickly that Michelle is a Mississippi State Bulldog. She graduated from Mississippi State University in 1997 and then moved up east to Washington, D.C. to begin work at my office. And she got right to work, beginning where many staffers do, as a legislative correspondent, and then as an executive assistant. She set my schedule. She began to guide proposals into law, which is what we do here. Michelle would go on to higher rungs up the ladder, but she never lost her appreciation for every role on the team. And many members of the team join us in this chamber at this moment. To this day, no task is too small for Michelle. She's not hesitated to climb into the trenches again and again. Michelle is fiercely loyal. Her relationship to Mississippi State University is a prime example of this trait. When the MSU community sings their school's anthem at an event, they all sing, "Loyal friends will always be." Quite fitting. We even lost Michelle to Starkville briefly in 1999. At that point, only a couple of years out of college, she was given the very important job of fundraising for a project that ended up generating over $4 million to endow a scholarship. That fund is helping students in Mississippi to this very day. But luckily, in 2001, we got her back. As I reflect on the 23 years that have passed since then, I'm filled with gratitude for Michelle, and I'm beaming with pride over all the good work she has accomplished. In Washington, D.C., as you so poignantly know, Madam President, change is constant. A different Congress every 2 years, new leadership opportunities. Senators come and go, changing committee assignments. During these transitions, Michelle has been a steadfast presence, guiding my staff and me through numerous changes over the years. Big change came in 2007, not long after Michelle had been promoted to be my chief of staff. Our office picked up and moved to this end of the Capitol when I was selected to fill the seat vacated by U.S. Senator Trent Lott. The success of that transition is due in no small part to Michelle's deep institutional knowledge, broad networks, and natural leadership skills. Next year, to the extent permitted by the law and the rules, she helped lead my first statewide election campaign. She expanded a campaign and fundraising organization that she had developed in the 1st Congressional District, and she applied it to all of our great state of Mississippi. Of course, when you get elected, you have to govern. And over here on the Senate side, Michelle once again rose to the challenge of a larger role in governing. She scaled up the size of Team Wicker from 18 people to 45 teammates across 5 offices. Over the years, she also established a network of Senate Chiefs of Staff. In fact, it is known throughout Capitol Hill that Michelle Barlow Richardson has become the Dean of the Senate Chiefs of Staff. That's what we're losing tomorrow when she moves to another capacity. Michelle has built a community where collaboration, information, and mutual support can flow. Then in 2016, we had another transition. I was elected to chair the National Republican Senatorial Committee. And as usual, Michelle was right there to help. Under her leadership, the office adjusted to new responsibilities and certainly new schedules. A few years after that, I took up the gavel of the Senate Commerce Committee. Michelle helped build a team of policy experts who would craft smart legislation on the vast portfolio of the Commerce Committee, everything from the seabed to the stars. President Ronald Reagan once said that personnel is policy. Well, Michelle and the personnel she's cultivated have gone on to produce substantive and savvy policy. She's been pivotal to work that has brought billions of dollars and new jobs and new investments to Mississippi. Through years of legislative efforts, Michelle has been making connections, educating stakeholders, and holding our strong legislative principles, and holding our feet to the fire. And through every negotiation and late night, she's been motivating our staff. In scaling up the staff from the House team to the much larger Senate team over the years, Michelle has led literally hundreds of able staff members. Her leadership left an incredible legacy. Michelle was good at identifying talent. She's challenged staffers to accomplish goals they did not know they were capable of reaching. She's embraced the burden of making tough decisions. She has delivered tough but constructive feedback directly and concisely without ever making it personal. And a massive cloud of witnesses can testify to her influence. Many former Wicker staffers are now serving in leadership roles around the country. I'm the one privileged to give this floor speech, but I know many could give speeches and perhaps will give speeches of their own, telling the stories of Michelle's influence in their lives. Those who know Michelle Barlow Richardson know her for her strong devotion and friendship. That's especially true for my wife, Gail, and me. Michelle's title has been Chief of Staff, but she's been so much more. She's been by our side in public service and in private moments, in moments of joy and moments of pain. Madam President, words are inadequate, and these remarks in particular are inadequate. We will miss Michelle's enthusiasm for all things Mississippi. We will miss the presence she and occasionally her children have brought to the office. We will even miss the Mississippi State University maroon and cowbell. But loyal friends, we will certainly always be. We will remain grateful for her friendship, and we wish her, this public servant, an American patriot, the very best. And I yield the floor.
is like you're gonna have to, teach these guys how to have fun up here. But you're gonna have a great time. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. If there's one thing we learned from last month's election, it's that President Trump has a clear mandate from the American people to get this country back on track. And one of the things that Tennesseans talk to me most about is the need to restore law and order all across this country. And I am so encouraged by President Trump's nominees who are going to take the lead in reforming our federal law enforcement agencies. And today, I want to touch on two of those that are reforming law enforcement agencies. And Madam President, I will tell you next week, I'm going to come and talk about the nominees for our military and national security. I want to talk about the qualifications of Pete Hegseth, who's going to be a great Secretary of Defense. But today, we're going to talk about Kash Patel at the FBI and Pam Bondi at the Justice Department. Now, these two agencies, I think everybody agrees, are in desperate need of a course correction. Under the Biden-Harris administration, they have repeatedly undermined the rule of law with a two-tiered justice system. Its rules are simple. If you break the law and you're a Democrat, then you're off the hook. That's the way they have operated. But if you're a conservative or you dissent from the left's radical agenda, the government will end up targeting you for your beliefs. What we know is under Mr. Patel and Ms. Bondi, this abuse of power will come to an end. And few people are better qualified to get this job done and enforce the rule of law than Ms. Bondi and Mr. Patel. As a federal prosecutor for the Justice Department, and by the way, he worked under Democrats and Republicans, Mr. Patel led successful prosecutions of criminals that were tied to terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. On the House Intel Committee, he worked with Congressman Devin Nunes, chair of that committee, to expose the FBI and the Justice Department's abuses during Russiagate, or the Russia hoax, as it became known. And in the first Trump administration, he served as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence. He served at the Security Council and the Defense Department as Chief of Staff. This is a varied background. It is a credible background for the job in front of him of restoring law and order in our cities across this country, countering terror threats, and ending human trafficking. And that is the job of the FBI. And I will say this on the human trafficking. I am especially encouraged by his support for releasing the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs and Black Book. We know the abuse spanned decades from Mr. Epstein, and it harmed many vulnerable young girls. And we know a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators participated in this horrific abuse on a global level. So by releasing the flight logs, we can start to break apart these sex trafficking rings and ensure that the predators are put in jail where they belong. This effort will go a long way in restoring public confidence in the FBI and ending the left's two-tiered justice system. On this front, he will work closely with Pam Bondi, who is President Trump's excellent choice for Attorney General. Earlier this week, I had my official meeting with Ms. Bondi, who I've known and worked with for over the past decade. Our meeting only reaffirmed my conviction that she will be fearless in rooting out corruption, taking on the deep state, and restoring the Justice Department to its core mission, enforcing equal justice under the law. To be certain, her accomplishments speak for themselves. With more than 18 years of experience as a prosecutor, she became the first woman to serve as Attorney General of Florida in 2011. While there, she worked to protect the most vulnerable among us by taking on drug dealers and human traffickers. During the first Trump administration, she also worked to end our nation's drug epidemic as a member of the Opioid and Drug Abuse Commission. This experience will be invaluable to her as she leads this top law enforcement agency. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are just two of Trump's incredible picks, but they are representative of the talent, experience, and determination shown by his cabinet selections and nominees. As we head into the new year, I look forward to supporting them and ensuring that they can get to work as soon as possible for the American people. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Although we have a busy end of year ahead of us, there's at least one thing Congress must do before the end of the year, and that is to pass the very bipartisan Kids Online Safety Act. Back in July, this chamber passed KOSA by an overwhelming bipartisan majority. The vote was 91-3. The reason is very simple. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle recognize that big tech must be held accountable for putting our children's safety at risk. They have put profit ahead of our children's safety, and they want to continue to do that. KOSA puts the priority on safety by providing parents and kids with tools, safeguards, and transparency that they need to protect from online harms. Among its provisions, the legislation would create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent and mitigate specific dangers to minors, including the promotion of suicide, eating disorders, substance abuse, and sexual exploitation. Since KOSA's passage in the Senate, more and more evidence has emerged showing that this legislation is desperately needed. In October, for example, reports emerged showing that Chinese-owned TikTok purposefully developed algorithms to keep children scrolling as long as they could. Of course, the more time a child spends on the platform, the more data TikTok can collect, then the more valuable that platform becomes. While this happens, TikTok execs privately acknowledge that such addiction does lead to mental health issues, including loss of memory and cognition. But you know what? They don't care. When your child is online, they are the profit. They are a profit center for these platforms. Now, other platforms from Facebook to Instagram have also developed addictive algorithms that expose children to unthinkable harms, including sexual abuse and lethal drugs. But again, these platforms don't care. They do not give a rip and flip about your child. And this tragedy has got to come to an end. But for months, KOSA has been held up in the House because of blatant falsehoods that are being pushed by big tech lobbyists. And Madam President, we know who they are. And we know what they are saying. Let me just read some of these falsehoods for you. They say that KOSA would censor free speech, and it will not. KOSA is a product design bill. It is not a contact bill. Now, there are some out there that say, well, it's going to give all this authority to the FTC. It does not. It does not increase the authority of the FTC. It's important to note that there is no new rule-making power for the FTC in KOSA, nor any ability to create rules about content. So they're lying. the lobbyists and some of these House staffers that are listening to these lobbyists, Madam President, they are spreading falsehoods. It should come to a stop. Our children deserve better. Now, we know that what COSA will do is put in place tools for parents. And of course, big tech is out here spreading lies and having their lobbyists spread lies because they want to evade accountability on this. I have even heard this. I have heard of staffers in the House and lobbyists bragging that they've been able to kill COSA, that they're going to keep this profit center going, that they've been able to kill this bill. It is absolutely disgusting that they would agree with big tech and put that number, that dollar figure, on our kids' heads. You know, when we were doing the hearings on this, what did we hear from kid after kid that came in? They came in wearing a T-shirt, $270, saying, I'm worth more than $270. That is the value that some of these platforms have assigned to the amount of time a child spends on their platform. That's the profit they make. You know, if you listened to some of these staffers and some of these lobbyists, you would think, my goodness, if we don't need to have some kind of protections in the virtual space, why do we have laws in the physical space to protect kids? Minors can't enter into a contract. Minors can't go buy alcohol and tobacco. If you've got a store that sells liquor and you sell to a kid, they will come put the chains on your store and close you down. Same thing with alcohol, same thing with pornography. But Madam President, you and I are parents. I'm a grandparent. We see what is happening to these precious children, and they are being subjected to drugs, to alcohol. They are being subjected to pornography. They're being subjected to sexual exploitation, and it is done 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. And yet, big tech, they don't care. They do not care about protecting your children. So the only thing we're left to surmise, if they won't protect them in the virtual space, they are for sure not going to support protecting them in the physical space. I would surmise that people that are against COSA, Madam President, they would do away with all of these laws that protect children. Society has decided our precious children are worth the fight, they are worth the protection, and it is disgusting, disgusting when you hear these big tech platforms say there's a value to keeping that child scrolling. There is a value to holding their eyes online. And when you hear it repeated by people in our chambers, staffers, it is sickening. This is not a political game. Protecting our children is something that we, the Senate, have agreed to do on a bipartisan basis. This bill has been stuck in the House since July. We know why it has been stuck, and we know that falsehoods are being spread. This is a bill that deserves a vote on the House floor because, Madam President, what we do know is this. By an overwhelming bipartisan majority, members of the U.S. House of Representatives support this bill. It is time for those that are standing in the way of passing this bill to put aside their objections and to allow protections for our children to take place in the virtual space. Since 1998, there has not been any additional protection placed in the virtual space. Why is that? It is because big tech sees our kids as a product. They make a lot of money, a whole lot of money, when those kids are scrolling. It is killing our kids. Just as in the physical world, we put in place laws to protect them, they deserve the same protections in that virtual space. Thank you, Madam President. I yield.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Senate currently in quorum call.
Yes.
I'd ask unanimous consent to set it aside.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for over a year, I have worked to get rid of a rule that is driving every one of my small businesses in Oklahoma absolutely crazy. There are a lot of Americans that have no idea what the beneficial ownership rule is, but if you own a small business in America, you definitely know. To set the context for this, next week we're supposed to take up the National Defense Authorization. In 2021, a small little section was stuck in at the end in the large National Defense Authorization that was called the Corporate Transparency and Beneficial Ownership Act. That little bill was supposed to root out money laundering and fraud. What it has become has been a nightmare for every business owner in my state. If you're a business owner that has a business that's a small business, let's say less than 20 employees, less than $5 million in total revenue in a year, you now have to fill out this enormous set of forms and turn them into the federal government to show your ownership structure to the federal government, and so they can track it. I would tell you there are quite a few business owners that they don't own one business, they may own 2 or 3 businesses, or they may own several LLCs if they're a builder, if they're a property developer, if they do all kinds of company construction for small businesses and building for others. They'll own several LLCs, and now they have a stack of forms they have to fill out. They've got to fill out forms now that talk about just their name, their birth date, their address, an ID number, and all of it. They want to know all the reporting for their legal address, their jurisdiction of their information. They want to know all the senior officers of the reporting company. They want to know someone who has authority over the appointment or the removal of those senior officers. This is my favorite. They want to know substantial influencers over the decisions in the company. No one even knows what that means. Who's your substantial influence in your small business? All those things all have to be compiled to business owners that literally do their own books, that do their own purchasing, that do their own payroll. They got plenty of other things to do other than the requirement to fill out forms. Now, it wouldn't be such a big deal if it was just a form that dropped in their box, but a form dropped into their box and it had this little note attached to it. If you don't fill this out or you fill it out wrong, it's a $10,000 fine and up to 2 years in prison for not filling this form out. 2 years in prison for not filling out this form outlining who influences you in your decisions in your small business. When this was stuck into the National Defense Authorization in 2021, it was supposed to root out fraud and waste. But it has grown through regulations and is now poured out with a deadline that is literally a couple of weeks away. I have fought for a year. Senator Tuberville has a bill to be able to end this entirely. We got no traction on that. We couldn't even get a vote in this Senate to be able to stop this nightmare. So I brought a second bill to say, let's just delay it so it's not happening this year. And we've worked for months to be able to get that delay in, and we've not been able to get a vote on that in this Senate. While small businesses all over my state are furious about this, we've tried to just say somebody needs to show some common sense and to stop asking these questions. Thankfully, in the last 72 hours, a federal judge has stepped in and has halted this nationwide, has prevented the Biden administration from actually implementing this rule that they created. In fact, this judge called this regulation quasi-Orwellian. Also determined this state, the government is unable to provide the court with any tenable theory that this regulation falls within Congress's power. It appears likely unconstitutional. I absolutely agree. I'm grateful this judge has stepped in to be able to stop its implementation. But I'm going to still ask this Senate to do the same thing we've asked all year. That is to stop it entirely. We should not be asking these questions of every small business in America. That is not our job to ask every small business owner in America, turn in who are the influencers on your decision making or we will put you in prison for 2 years. What in the world? So I'm grateful for the stop, but we also will not stop until we actually pull this entire thing out and to say this is not our job. We have plenty of things that are our job that we're not doing. For instance, next week, the National Defense Authorization, passed in a bipartisan basis through committee months ago, has yet to come to the Senate floor. It's time for it to be able to come, long past overdue. This sets our military strategy and what we're going to do for our vets and for the members of active duty reserves and National Guard. This should have been done a long time ago. Those are the things that we should already be doing. Going to business owners and telling them, tell us who your influencers are things that we should not be doing. I also just left a meeting just now dealing with the newly named Department of Government Efficiency, where members of the House and the Senate gathered around with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and just asked questions of each other. What can we do to be able to make government more efficient? This shouldn't be a partisan conversation. In fact, there are already Democrats that have joined us in this conversation. I find no one in my great state in Oklahoma that says, you know what I really want from my government? I want them to be inefficient. I want them to waste my money. I want my government to spend money on things that really don't matter for the country. Every person that I meet in my state, Republican, Democrat, or Independent, all says the same thing. The government should do its job and not somebody else's job. When you spend my money, spend it wisely. We all know we need roads. We all know we need national defense. We all know we need border security. There are key things that we all need to do. But there are some things that continue to be able to pop up where money is being spent that there's great frustration in my state. And a great number of people that say, why are we spending money on that? We spent money 2 years ago as a federal tax dollar, and the people in my state of Oklahoma having to spend their hard-earned tax money on paying for drag shows in Ecuador. We had money that was spent on writing a book about humans, chimpanzees, and climate change in Sierra Leone. We spent some of our hard-earned tax dollars on doing a study about seatbelts and helmet usage in Ghana. The folks in Oklahoma ask a very simple question. We want the potholes fixed. We want efficient government. We want education taken care of. We want good schools. Why are we spending our dollars that are limited dollars on doing a helmet study in Ghana? Why aren't we doing that in the United States? Why aren't we taking care of us? It's not that we're selfish. It's just that we all know we're $36 trillion in debt. Every single year I put out a book called Federal Fumbles. Every year I bring it to this body. Every year we talk about inefficiency and waste in government. I am grateful that there is a bipartisan conversation finally starting that is spreading among this body and the House body and now the new incoming executive branch, saying let's find areas of efficiency where we can be better at this. The basic goal is this. Let's have a prosperous nation that actually has economic growth and an efficient government that matches the efficiency of our nation. That shouldn't be an irrational goal. That should be something we could all agree on. Quite frankly, it's just Oklahomans saying, don't waste my money. Spend it in the ways that we're supposed to spend it, and let me keep the dollars that I've earned. And when my tax dollars go in, don't make me be embarrassed of how they're used. That shouldn't be irrational. I'm going to continue to press on this. 5 years ago, we passed a bill called the Taxpayers' Right to Know. I've worked with the Biden administration for the last several years. It has created something called the Federal Program Inventory. As crazy as it sounds, for the first time ever, we're actually building a list of all the federal programs we have in the federal government. Many people don't know, we literally have so many programs that we don't know how many programs we have in the federal government. Just try to do an internet search and ask the simple question of AI. How many programs do we have in the federal government? It will give you an estimate because there is no master list of all the programs in federal government. So I passed a law called the Taxpayers' Right to Know, requiring agencies to do something crazy. Make a list of all the programs that you do. Where is our money being spent? And that list is in the process of being built right now. That will give us the ability to be able to see where we have duplication in government. It'll give the ability for one agency to look at another agency and to say, I didn't realize we did the same thing. That's happening all over our government now. Again, that's straightforward, but it gives us an opportunity to say, make a list, prioritize the list, and then draw a line and say, these things are not our priorities, these things are. And when you're $36 trillion in debt, we should be talking about doing our priorities and not doing the things that are not a priority. This is what we should do in this body, and to be able to have this kind of conversation. So for me, it's simple. Let's do the things that we should do. Let's don't do the things we shouldn't do, because there's plenty of things that still need to get done. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. I'm actually joined here today with my Massachusetts staff, who is joining with my Washington staff, and they're in the gallery today. And the subject that I'm about to talk to is very near and dear to their hearts. It's near the top of the list of all the issues that they think go to fundamental unfairness in our society. Because right now, an entire generation of teachers and firefighters and postal workers and police officers and public servants of all stripes are being denied the Social Security benefits which they earned. In 1983, the so-called windfall elimination provision slashed retirement benefits in the name of austerity. I was a member of the House of Representatives in the United States Congress in 1983. I voted against the windfall elimination provision. I voted against Republicans. I voted against many Democrats who all were willing to slash the benefits of those hard-working teachers, firefighters, police officers across the board. And they've lost it for 4 decades because I knew that I was voting for public servants and voting for their families. And I've been fighting for repeal of the windfall elimination provision, as well as the government pension offset, ever since. And I stand here today because we have an opportunity to finally see this repeal through to conclusion. Senator Brown and Senator Collins' Social Security Fairness Act would repeal the windfall elimination provision and the government offset provision. And I'm proud to co-sponsor that bill alongside 60 of my colleagues from both parties. And 60 is the number you need to pass a bill on the floor of the United States Senate. We can restore Social Security benefits for millions of workers now, and we should do it now. 3 million, unbelievable, 3 million public servants and their families around the country, including 130,000 in Massachusetts, and their families are counting on us to get them their earned benefits. They've already done the work, but a 1983 law denies them that check in the mail. No one else in the country was targeted in that bill. Just those public servants, those people who work for each and every one of us every single day. A retired public school teacher in Chicopee, Massachusetts, wrote to me and explained she had dutifully paid into Social Security for decades, earning her right to Social Security and a secure retirement. But late in her career, she answered the call to public service and dedicated her time to educating students in Massachusetts. That's the kind of action that we should value and we should reward. Instead, she was blindsided 10 years later to learn that because of her public service and the modest public pension that she accrued, her Social Security benefits would be cut by $580 a month, which otherwise would be there on her kitchen table for herself, for her family. And now, instead of a secure and dignified retirement, she has to worry about affording rent and medication and groceries. If instead of teaching, she had earned a private pension, she had worked in any other sector of the American economy, or she was wealthy enough to live off of her investments, her Social Security would be safe. The only category of these people who were the public servants. They're the ones who got targeted in 1983. Another constituent from Tingsboro, Massachusetts, wrote me to say that after her father passed away, her mother, a retired school employee, lost over $1,000 a month in Social Security. Now, in addition to mourning her husband, she also struggles to pay bills and meet her basic needs. There are 3 million more stories of injustice and indignity just like this. We know the federal government can be in the business of allowing windfalls. Major corporations hiking up prices on American people while paying effectively no federal taxes, that's a windfall. Private equity cronies making millions off the backs of workers while laying them off and gutting their pensions, that's a windfall. But make no mistake, allowing a third-grade teacher, a town firefighter, and the mailman to receive their hard-earned retirement benefits is not a windfall. Repealing these draconian policies is a matter of justice and dignity for millions of public servants. These workers served their communities and delivered for us every single day. In every city and town across the country, Massachusetts, the president's home state of Pennsylvania, but state after state, the story is the same. And now it is time for us to deliver for them. After 4 decades of fighting and organizing alongside unions and workers and retirees, Congress must repeal these policies once and for all. The Senate may be short on time, but public servants have waited long enough. In the time remaining this year, we must deliver for those 3 million families in our country. They earn this benefit. We have to finally meet the obligation which has been accrued by the American people to those 3 million workers. So let's vote to pass the Social Security Fairness Act. Bring home this win for public servants, their families, and our communities. No matter where you live in America, when you see that firefighter on the fire engine, when you see that police officer rushing to protect a family, when you call the teacher to ask, how is my child doing? Every time you make one of those calls, every time you see one of those people, just know that they're denied. They're denied the benefit which they have earned. They're denied by an act of the United States Congress in 1983. Why them? Why were they singled out? Why wasn't it billionaires? Why wasn't it private equity? Well, the votes were there. And unfortunately, too many Democrats voted for it as well. It's time for us to rectify that historic injustice. It's time for us to provide fundamental fairness for each and every one of those families. This is the time, this is the place, we are the people who must get this done. It goes right to the heart of who we are as a people. If you believe in government, then you must believe in everything that teachers and firefighters and police and everyone else that's in our cities and towns provide for us every single day. And we must have that vote on the Senate floor. We must pass this legislation. We must finally give back to these families what they have earned by their service to us. Mr. President, I thank you, and at this point, I yield back to the presiding officer.
Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to discuss the terrible ongoing humanitarian situation in Sudan and the atrocities that are being perpetrated against innocent civilians there every day, and to discuss measures that the United States and the United States Senate can take to help end the suffering. Since that brutal conflict erupted in April 2023, a staggering 11.8 million people have been displaced within Sudan or fled to neighboring countries. More than half the population, over 25 million people, face acute food insecurity, including 13 million children, and 1 million of them are at risk of or facing famine. While the total casualty numbers have been difficult to determine, a new study from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine's Sudan Research Group estimates that more than 60,000 people died in the Khartoum region alone between April 2023 and June of 2024. That study found that 26,000 people have died as a result of violence, but it also highlights another awful reality, that starvation and disease are increasingly becoming the leading causes of death reported across Sudan. In a hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in May of this year, U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan, Tom Perriello, suggested that the total death toll could be as high as 150,000 people. Mr. President, given the scope and scale of this human suffering, the United States and the international community should be doing everything in our power to end the carnage and end the suffering in Sudan. Toward that end, I want to commend America's Special Envoy to Sudan, Tom Perriello, for his tireless shuttle diplomacy and his ongoing efforts to seek a negotiated agreement to end the conflict that is fueling this crisis. But he can't do it alone, and his job is made much more difficult when other parts of the U.S. government fail to effectively use our leverage to support his efforts. One thing we should not be doing is shipping advanced American weapons to any country that is fueling the misery and suffering and killing in Sudan. And yet, that is what the Biden administration is proposing to do. They are proposing to send weapons to the United Arab Emirates at a time that the UAE is reportedly supplying weapons to a vile and murderous militia group in Sudan, a group called the Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF for short. So I'm here on the floor today urging my colleagues to prevent the sale of American weapons to the UAE until and unless the Biden administration provides us, the Senate, the Congress, with credible assurances that the UAE will not, in turn, supply additional weapons to the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. So let me step back for a moment to put all of this in context. About 3.5 years ago, in May of 2021, I traveled to Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, with my colleague, Senator Coons. At the time, Sudan was experiencing a difficult transition to democracy after a popular revolution in 2019 succeeded in ousting the brutal regime of the dictator Omar Bashir. It wasn't easy, but there was hope for a brighter future. Then, the Sudanese Armed Forces, or the SAF, and the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, who had backed the popular protests in 2019 and who had helped oust the dictator Bashir,
usurped the newly formed civilian-led government in 2021, and then proceeded to violently suppress mass protests. Following pressure, both from the people of Sudan, but also from the international community to restore the civilian government and merge their forces, instead, a long simmering rivalry between the SAF and the RSF erupted in April 2023, and Sudan descended into chaos and civil war. Now, there's plenty of blame to go around, but one of the many drivers of the collapse of the fragile democracy was the refusal of the Rapid Support Forces, that militia group, to come under the umbrella of the Sudanese armed forces. And Mr. President, the RSF has an especially sinister lineage. They have their roots in the Janjaweed militias that former dictator Bashir used to brutally crush rebellious tribes in the western Darfur region in the early 2000s. I think many who followed those terrible days remember that the United States determined that those mass killings constituted genocide. The current leader of the RSF goes by the name Hamedi. He is a former Janjaweed militia leader who was complicit in those atrocities in Darfur. And he hasn't changed. In the current conflict, the United States has charged the RSF with committing ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity. Reputable human rights organizations and news outlets have also reported widespread acts of sexual violence, including rape, by the RSF. As our ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, noted in March of this year, and I quote, "Children are starving, wasting, and dying. Far from their homes and their communities, millions of refugees are praying in overcrowded camps. People in Darfur wake up not to the call of prayer, but to the sound of gunfire, of shelling, of cries for help," unquote. And the situation has not improved since then. Famine has taken hold in Darfur, and the RSF's siege of El Fasher city in Darfur has only exacerbated the already terrible humanitarian situation there. So it should be clear that providing weapons to the RSF is tantamount to aiding and abetting ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity. And yet that is what the UAE is reportedly doing. Now, I should make it very clear that the UAE denies that it is arming the RSF. They say they're not doing it. Indeed, when I traveled to the UAE in July of this year, Emirati officials told me that they were not sending weapons to the RSF. And yet, numerous credible reports and sources indicate just the opposite. They reveal that the UAE is, in fact, supplying the murderous RSF militia with weapons that they use to commit atrocities. In January, a UN panel of experts documented what they described as, quote, credible allegations that the UAE was violating the Darfur arms embargo, which was the embargo put in place in 2005 to stop the genocide at that time. Their findings have been corroborated by credible human rights organizations and by an independent investigation by the New York Times, which found that the UAE smuggled weapons to the RSF under the guise of humanitarian aid. The front page story of the New York Times, and I have it here, Mr. President, is entitled, "How a U.S. Ally Uses Aid as a Cover in War." And they go on to point out that the UAE is expanding a covert campaign to back a winner in Sudan's civil war. And they point out that the UAE was smuggling in weapons and deploying drones. Beyond the New York Times independent investigation, the Sudan Conflict Observatory Group, which is a group funded by the State Department, also tracked 32 Emirati flights between June 2023 and May 2024 going into Sudan, and they concluded, and again, this is a group funded by the United States Department of State, they concluded with, quote, near certainty, unquote, that they constituted weapons transfers from the UAE to the RSF. Now, the Biden administration has also acknowledged that the UAE has been supporting the RSF, although you have to read carefully between the lines to determine that. Again, our ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, said, and I quote, "We are aware that both sides are receiving weapons and other support to fuel their efforts to destroy Sudan. And yes, we have engaged with the parties on that, including with our colleagues from the UAE," unquote. So the question is this: if the Biden administration acknowledges that the UAE is arming the RSF against our demands and our interests, and that they are lying about it, why are we, the United States, not doing more to stop it? Mr. President, I understand that we have a very important bilateral relationship with the UAE. They're an important security partner in the Middle East. Major American companies like Microsoft are talking about collaborating on building data centers for advanced AI in the UAE with companies like G42. They may also be cooperating with us on other important American priorities. But that is not a good reason to approve this sale of advanced weapons to the UAE at a time that the UAE is reportedly aiding and abetting ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity in Sudan. That's why I have filed what's known as a joint resolution of disapproval, known by its shorthand JRD, on the Biden administration's request to sell offensive weapons, including rockets and missiles worth $1.2 billion to the United Arab Emirates. In the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs has filed a similar resolution, and both of us have introduced additional legislation on this issue. And I would submit that if any senator is serious about ending the suffering in Sudan, we should not be sending weapons to any country, in this case the UAE, that is arming those engaged in ethnic cleansing there. A lot of senators have talked about the need to focus on ending the humanitarian disaster in Sudan, and they're absolutely right to do so. Many of us have been addressing this and talking about it for a very long time. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee had an important hearing on this matter in May of this year. But colleagues, you don't end the horrific suffering in Sudan by sending weapons to a country that is fueling the conflict in Sudan. That's why I'm asking the Biden administration to provide us, the Senate, the Congress, with assurances that they have received credible commitments that the UAE will not send weapons to the murderous RSF in Sudan. And I would submit that given the fact that the UAE denies that they are engaged in such actions, they should be able to provide assurances that the Biden administration deems credible. And if President Biden believes that those assurances are credible, he should so inform the United States Senate as we consider their request for this arms sale. As Representative Jacobs and I indicated in our letter to President Biden that we sent a short time ago, if we receive those assurances, we will of course take them into account as to how we decide to proceed on the joint resolution of disapproval. I say that because our goal is not to prevent the sale of arms to the UAE. The objective is to ensure that the UAE is not fueling the very crisis and conflict in Sudan that we, the United States, are seeking to end. Indeed, in September of this year, President Biden said, and I quote, "The United States will not abandon our commitment to the people of Sudan, who deserve freedom, peace, and justice. We call on all parties to this conflict to end the violence and refrain from fueling it for the future of Sudan and for all Sudanese people," unquote. I rephrase that again, and to all people who are fueling it. The Biden administration has rightly put pressure on the RSF by sanctioning several high-level commanders for their atrocities. But it has yet to use the full leverage at its disposal to hold their primary external backer, the UAE, accountable. Indeed, just days after the New York Times story about their independent investigation of UAE arms sales to Sudan broke, the president finalized a major defense partnership with the UAE. And now, as we see, the administration is pushing for $1 billion plus arms sale to the Emirati government. Mr. President, the title of an op-ed in the Washington Post not that long ago put it bluntly. And I just quote the title of that editorial: "Biden needs to pressure the UAE to help end Sudan's civil war." That's exactly right. And that is what we are calling on the Biden administration to do. I support a mutually beneficial bilateral relationship with the United Arab Emirates. And I am certainly not seeking to permanently end arms sales to that country. But a partnership with the United States needs to account for U.S. interests and values and priorities. And we need to make sure that foreign governments that benefit from a security relationship with the United States understand the importance that we hold on those important issues. So, Mr. President, the bottom line is that the United States should not be sending weapons to the UAE so long as it is aiding and abetting a group that is one of the primary drivers of the humanitarian disaster in Sudan, the RSF, and the RSF that has committed atrocity crimes. That is why the United States should pause offensive arms transfers to the UAE unless and until the Biden administration can provide the United States Congress with assurances that the UAE is not providing and will no longer provide material support that aids and abets the killing spree of the RSF. I hope that the Senate will come together on this important question, and I hope the President and the Biden administration will agree that securing those assurances from the UAE is essential to our goal of achieving peace and stability in Sudan, just as the President indicated we should be doing. Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor. Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 185, S1868.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 185, S1868, a bill to require an interagency study to produce a security assessment process and so forth and further purposes.
Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I further ask that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 513, S4212.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 513, S4212, a bill to amend the Visit America Act to promote music tourism and further purposes.
Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Blackburn amendment to the committee reported substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The committee reported substitute amendment as amended be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 525, S3606.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 523, S3626, a bill to reauthorize the Earthquake Hazards Reduction Act of 1977 and for other purposes.
Is there objection to? Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to the consideration of S-Res 908.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 908, expressing support for the goals of Stomach Cancer Awareness Month.
Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, December 9th. That following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Johnson nomination. Further, that at 5:30 p.m., the Senate vote on confirmation of the Johnson nomination as under the order of December 4th. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday,